First pitch is high for ball one.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Field 3 as we get the 4:30 game kicked off here at the Oscar Frazier Park. The first pitch is low for ball one. Tonight we have Beaufort County as the visiting team, 13U All-Stars, and the home team is going to be Bamberg-Barnwell. Real quickly, after this pitch, that's gonna be a strike. That's gonna bring the count to 1-1. I'm gonna run through the Beaufort County lineup here. On the mound and leading off is number 5, Tanner Altman, playing center field, and hitting second is gonna be Dade Barbina, and that ball is gonna be low and away for a ball that gets past the catcher. Left-handed catcher this afternoon. He caught the first game that we called here a couple nights ago. And then he was on the mound the last game they played. Threw an absolute beautiful game. And that pitch is put in play. The first baseman makes a nice stab, and he's just going to step on the base. That ball was hit quite well by Tanner Altman. But first baseman got his glove to it, and that's going to be in one out here. And that's going to bring up Dade Barbina. Following Dade Barbina, we're going to have the first baseman, Sellers Lynn. Batting cleanup is going to be the third baseman, Rowan Canaday. Here comes the 0-0 pitch to Dade. That's going to be in the dirt for ball one. Batting fifth and playing left field is Michael O'Connell. Batting sixth, playing shortstop, is going to be William McElhaney, who goes by Hayward. The 0-1 pitch, and that's going to be inside for a ball. That catches a piece of the umpire there, and he's going to shake that one off. And that might give me some time to finish this lineup. Behind the plate, batting seventh is going to be Alex Arnold. Playing second, and batting eighth is Remington Wheeler. Playing right field and batting ninth is Ben Rush. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that's right down the middle for a strike. Substitutions for Beaufort County are going to be number 4, Jack Zahn, number 2, Trey Lynham, and number 11, Wyatt Lather, who has been walking around all weekend in shorts and a knee brace. Here comes the pitch. That's swung on and chopped back to the pitcher. He's going to pick it up and throw it to first for the out. That's going to be 2 down here in the top of the first. Coaches for Beaufort County are Danny McElhaney, Shane Lather, and Jeremy Smith. After that dribbler back to the pitcher, that's going to bring up the first baseman, number 12, Sellers Lynn. He usually is behind the plate, but he's getting the start at first base today. And that is across the plate for a strike. That brings the count to no balls and 1 strike. Your battery today for Bamberg-Barnwell is going to be Hall Cease, number 7, on the mound. And behind the dish is going to be number 10, Reese Still. And that ball is hit on the ground to the second baseman. He puts his glove out there and catches it. Throws first for the third out of the inning there. And our score is 0-0 as Bamberg comes to bat. We're going to be right back on Beaufort County Channel. Welcome back here to the bottom of the first inning as Bamberg-Barnwell comes to bat. Leading off the inning is going to be the left fielder, number 9, Corbin Perry. And I'm going to run through the Barnwell lineup here real quick. Batting second and playing right field is going to be number 99, Vincent Gibson. First pitch on the way. That's going to be fouled off for strike one. Brings the count to no balls and 1 strike. Batting third and playing second is number 8, Colton Baxley. Batting fourth in the cleanup position is going to be the pitcher, number 7, Hall Cease. Playing first and batting fifth is going to be number 6, Patrick Crosby. 0-1 pitch on the way here. And that's going to be put in play right back to the pitcher. He's going to run it over to first. Easy underhand toss. And that's going to retire the first for Beaufort County there. And that's going to bring up Vincent Gibson, who's been having a very good weekend at the plate so far. He had a couple of singles in a game, I believe that was last night. Following Patrick Crosby is going to be the center fielder in the 6th hole, number 3, Jace Culler. As that pitch catches the outside part of the plate for a strike, brings the count to no balls and 1 strike. Batting 7th and catching is number 10, Reese Still. Batting 8th is the shortstop, number 13, Will Stillinger. That ball is put in play just over the second baseman's head, just out of reach. And Vincent Gibson's aboard with a single. And he continues to hit these singles just over the infield, right in front of the outfield, and he has found quite a niche for that hit. Following Will Stillinger in the 9 hole is going to be the 3rd baseman, number 4, Jaden Zissett. Here's a strike by Altman. And batting now, I don't believe I said that earlier, batting now is going to be the 2nd baseman, number 3, in the 3 hole, number 8, Colton Baxley. Altman checks his runner at first, and that ball is high and inside. Brings the count to 1-1. Your substitutes for Bamberg-Barnwell are going to be number 1, Hunter Steedley, number 11, Ian Delario, and number 2, Caden Curse. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Excuse me, that was a foul ball. I believe the umpire signaled foul ball. Regardless, it brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Coaches for Barnwell are going to be Ben Baxley, Thurston Stillinger, and Zach Thomas. We had a foul ball almost land on our field here, but that's okay. And that's swung on and missed for the 2nd out of the inning there. Tanner Altman does good work.
Now batting the pitcher, number 7.
And that's going to bring up the pitcher, number 7, Hall Cease. Runner on first and 2 outs. Now, Hall is a dangerous hitter here. He has a big swing. So we don't want Altman to make a mistake here. And that's fouled down the left side. Hall Cease will actually absolutely take advantage of a mistake by Tanner Altman here. And let me tell you, that one was close to it. If Hall would have put that one in play, that would have been a very good hit. May have gotten past the left fielder because it was hit quite hard. That brings the count to no balls and 1 strike here. Vincent takes off. Ball is swung on and hit extremely high on the infield. First baseman comes on, calls everyone off, makes the play for the 3rd out of the inning. And Altman works out of the jam there. Score remains 0-0. We'll be back on the Beaufort County Channel. Welcome back to the Beaufort County channel here as we begin the top half of the second inning. Rowan Canada is going to lead it off here as the first pitch is low in the dirt for ball one, and Hall Cease is going to, excuse me, that's not Hall Cease, as Reese Still makes his way to the backstop to pick that one up. It's just still bizarre to me to see a left-handed catcher back there behind the plate. He's doing a great job. That ball is chopped into play. Third baseman comes in, and he cannot quite put a handle on that ball, as Rowan is going to be aboard safely with a leadoff single. Even if the third baseman would have fielded that cleanly, that would have been a very, very difficult play to make. He did field it cleanly. He lost a little bit on the transition, but even if he would have made an absolute strike over to first base, it would have been a very, very impressive play to make. That ball did not have much momentum whenever the third baseman got to it. And that pitch is outside for a ball. And after that infield single, we have the left fielder, number 8, Michael O'Connell. That pitch is fouled off. Almost a nice squeeze by Reese behind the plate. As we get that ball back. Michael O'Connell's favorite food is chicken nuggets. And his favorite movie is Forrest Gump. That pitch is inside. As Rowan makes his way to second, he was stealing all the way there. And he is aboard safely to second with a stolen base. And that brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to bear with me if I have a little bit of lulls in the broadcast here. I'm quite tired. We've been going at this since the postponement of the game last night. That ball is fouled off down the right side, and that's 2 balls and 2 strikes. My mind is beginning to wander, and my eyelids are starting to drift. But we are going to power through this one, and I'd really appreciate it if you bear with me here. 2-2 pitch is high and inside for a ball as Rowan takes off. The throw not quite in time. That was a good catch and throw by Reese behind the plate there. He really gave himself a chance to throw that runner out, but he is aboard safely. He has successfully swiped third. So we have a runner on third with a 3-2 count and nobody out here. Michael, I would think, is looking for something that he can hit, just something he can put in play. Puts ball in play here. That'll probably play to run. And that pitch is high for a ball. And Michael will take his base for his first at bat. And that's going to bring up the shortstop, number 7, Hayward McElhaney, whose dad is the head coach, Danny. Danny is an engineering technician, and his favorite food is pizza. That ball is fouled off at the plate for strike 1. The pitcher makes a very long run over the foul territory to get that ball, and he's going to throw it back to the catcher. And it looks like Hall is asking for a new ball, and Hall has a new ball. Danny's favorite movie is Top Gun. His favorite pro baseball team is the Atlanta Braves. And his favorite sports idol is Muhammad Ali. And that ball is fouled straight back over the press box for strike 2. And that brings the count to no balls and 2 strikes. Danny McElhaney, the head coach. His favorite song is Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses, which was playing on our stereo system a little while ago, actually. He played baseball, soccer, and football, and he enjoys hunting and fishing. And now back to the game with Hayward at the plate. 0-2 count. Pitcher stepped off to check his runner at first there, and the delivery is low, and that's going to get past the catcher. Not enough for the runner to score, but enough to move the runner over from first to second. And that's going to be the first ball to Hayward here, and that's going to be a 1 ball and 2 strike count. Runner on second and third with nobody out. If I were Hayward, I would choke up on the bat and just try and poke one into play here, and that's going to be a ball. That's going to get past the catcher. Rowan takes off. He's going to slide at the plate. He is safe. He is safe at the plate. That was a close play there, and Rowan was able to get in there before the ball, get under the tag, and he is safe for the first run, and Beaufort County is on the board. That brings the score to 1-0. The runner on that play also advanced from second to third, and that brings the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes here for Hayward McElhaney. No idea if they were related to the McElhaney Tabasco people, but that is a great place if you ever find yourself down in Avery Island, Louisiana. And that ball is popped foul, and that's going to drop in foul territory. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Avery Island, you see a lot of swamp puppies down there. If you ever make your way, yes, a swamp puppy is indeed an alligator.
It's so weird how when you're right behind, you can't ever tell how fast it's going.
We have some of those up here too now. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And that's behind the batter. Actually, they're going to say that got a piece of him. So that's going to put a runner on first and third with nobody out. And that's going to bring up the catcher, number 6, Alex Arnold. Alex Arnold plays second base, shortstop, and pitcher. And that ball is high as Hayward takes off to second, and that'll be ruled as a defensive. Excuse me, folks. That's going to be ruled as a defensive indifference because the catcher did not attempt to throw down. And that's going to bring the count to 1 ball and 0 strikes. And that pitch is right down the middle for strike 1. That brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. We're getting a little bit of cloud coverage here, and we're getting a little drizzle out here on field 3. But we're going to push through the rain here. And that pitch is swung on by Arnold. I understand the desire to swing at that ball. It looks really good coming in at that level. And he's really just trying to put a ball in play and score another run here. That brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that pitch is inside. The runner is going to take off. That looked like it bounced really far off the catcher's leg gear. I think he just maybe got crossed up there. That run's going to come around to score. I think he may have got crossed up there. He thought it was an off-speed pitch, and the pitcher threw a fastball. And it just didn't break the way the catcher thought it was going to break, and it ended up bouncing off of his knee pad and went almost all the way down to third base. The on-deck batter had to move out of the way to make sure that he didn't get called for interference there. And that's going to move the count to 2-2, and runner on second moved to third. And that ball is low, brings the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. On that last play, that last bizarre Kareem off the catcher's gear, the runner scored, but also Hayward moved from second to third. We have Alex Arnold at the plate with a 3-ball, 2-strike count and no one out. He puts that ball in play to the shortstop. The shortstop ranges. He fields it. He's throwing to first. Great play by the shortstop. But Alex Arnold records an RBI sacrifice ground out. And that's going to bring up the second baseman, number 3, Remington Wheeler. That was a great at-bat by Alex Arnold. He did exactly what he needed to do in order to get that run across, and he sacrificed himself being able to get on base as he just hit a grounder to the shortstop. But might I add, the shortstop made a phenomenal play on that. And that first pitch is inside for a ball. Shortstop had to range to his right, field that ball almost on his backhand. He fielded it on his back leg and fired it across the diamond for the out. That was a great play by the shortstop. And that pitch catches the outside part of the plate for a strike, and that brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike here to Remington Wheeler.
So 1 out here. Or excuse me, that's not Baker. I apologize. That's Bryson Cannon. So 1 out here at the top of the second inning.
And that ball is lifted up on the right side into foul territory. The first baseman goes back. Can't quite make the play, and that's going to be a foul ball. And the count is 1-2 here to Remington Wheeler.
31 pitches for
position, second base for Cody. Down 3-0 early here to the Andrews All-Stars. He was picked from Marlowe high to run the count 1-1.
Remington Wheeler plays third, catcher, and pitcher. Although today he gets the start at second.
So 1-1 count here. Pitch from Marlowe.
And that ball is low, brings the count to 2-2. And that is low as well. And that brings the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Our scoreboard reads 3-2-1.
In the dirt, good pick by Connor Moore, Sketcher. It'll be 3-1 count now.
Remington wears the number 3
Play here. Accuracy is going
because
high.
he says he drops 3-pointers when he plays basketball.
From the stretch, here it is. In there for a strike. Run the count full.
Payoff pitch. And that's fouled off to the right side, and that went straight into a pine tree.
Full count.
And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Fooled him on the inside. Oh,
Hall Cease is working hard out there. It's unfortunate that he had to be on the mound when it started raining.
2 outs, run on second base.
And the payoff pitch, that's low and inside. As Remington Wheeler does a little dance to get out of the way, and he trucks his way down to first. He took a very easy round around first. And that's going to bring up the number 9 hitter, right fielder,
Strike.
number 9, hitting in the 9 hole, Ben Rush.
Utility player, plays outfield and pitches for the Coney All-Stars. Also plays basketball in his spare time.
Now that
First pitch is high for ball 1.
Michael Lawson.
Top of the
And
second.
it looked like the shortstop thought there may have been a steal there, but it did not look like Remington had any intentions of leaving the safety of first base. Counts 1 ball and no strikes. Their pickoff move. Back in time. He's safe at first.
Way ahead of the
First baseman is
hitter here, Justin Lusk.
throwing the ball back to the pitcher.
Runner still on second base. Here's the pitch from Marlowe. Inside and low. That'll get by Connor Morris.
Ben
All
Rush
the way to the backstop.
plays outfield.
Runner will advance to third, and that'll run the count at 2-2.
And that pitch is low and inside. That's going to get past Reese behind the plate. And Remington is going to make his way to second on the pass ball. And that brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes.
Marlowe trying to.
Although he got the start in right field, he is a utility outfielder. Here is Ben Rush. Also, he has a great name, Ben Rush.
Pitch from stretch. Checks.
And that crosses for a strike. That's 2 balls and 1 strike.
To see another pitch.
Here in the top of the second, 3-0 ball game, Beaufort County leads with 1 out.
2-2 pitch on the way.
And that crosses for a strike.
Marlowe,
Pitch.
outside.
The count is 2-2
Full.
to Ben Rush.
We'll have a payoff pitcher in just a minute.
If I were the coach here, I would be calling a curveball. I would be calling some sort of off-speed, maybe a changeup.
Full count.
That looked like it was a changeup, popped foul, and that's going to land almost in the on-deck circle. If the on-deck circle were a target, he would have just missed it. And that's going to leave the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes as Ben Rush puts together a very good quality at-bat here.
Coney County All-Stars on board.
And I believe a quality at-bat is determined if you see 5 or more pitches in an at-bat. I believe then you register as a quality at-bat.
Barely low and outside.
And that pitch is low for ball 3, and that fills the count. 3-2. 1 out with a runner on second.
Will now be on the corner for the next batter, Caleb Sanders.
Hall has thrown some good pitches, but it seems that every time that he throws a strike, and that ball is fouled off, exactly what I was going to say. Every time he throws a strike or something that would be near a strike, Beaufort County is doing a great job of fouling it off or putting it in play.
Ice Cube. First pitch there for a strike.
And now we have some lights turned on here on field 3 because we've got some overcast and we've got a little bit of a rain still falling here. We're really hoping it holds off and we get these games in here tonight.
Marlowe trying to
That pitch is fouled off.
pitch is high.
Ben Rush is putting together a fantastic at-bat here. I really wish I knew how many pitches he had seen at this point, but I do not know, and no one in here is recording it. He has seen 8 pitches, I am being told. 8 pitches in the at-bat so far,
Broadway for strike 3.
which is a phenomenal at-bat here,
Sanders is jumping up and down.
regardless of the outcome.
Bottom of the second inning.
And that is a cross for strike 3 looking,
Andrew still leads.
and you really want to see a different result there from Ben Rush if you're a Beaufort County fan. But it was still a great 9-pitch at-bat. 9-pitch at-bat there for Ben Rush. And that brings up the top of the lineup here with 2 outs. Tanner Altman, who's getting the start on the mound. If you remember last time, he hit a ball pretty hard on the ground to the first baseman who fielded it and went over and stepped on the bases. That ball catches the outside part of the plate for a strike. That brings the count to no balls and 1 strike. Tanner Altman's favorite food is Mexican, and he enjoys watching the Mighty Ducks. Quack, quack, quack. And that is low for a ball. That brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike to Tanner Altman. And a back pick move. And the runner is back safely as the shortstop had the ball just kind of pop out of his glove there. And we're going to have a 1-1 pitch here with 2 outs. The rain is coming down a little bit heavier here, and that's going to be strike right down the middle for 1 ball and 2 strikes. The rain has really gotten heavier here. We're going to play on through it. We're going to do all that we can to get these games played today. And that's low in the dirt. The runner is going to take off from second. He's going to reach third safely here. And that's going to bring the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes to Tanner Altman. Excuse me, the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2-2 count. And that ball is low and inside. He gets past Reese, but Remington Wheeler decides to stay at third as he thought about going home and hustled his way back to the base. And now the count is 3-2. I guess I'm just a fortune teller because I knew that the count was going to be 3-2. And here comes the payoff pitch. And that is lifted on the right side, and that's going to fall out of play. That hit that same pine tree as earlier on its way down. Rain is not heavy enough here to mess up the field quite yet. And like I said, we're going to just power through it. It's as our director just said, all this rain is going to do is cool these boys off a little bit. It is quite warm out there, so it's just going to keep them cool. Here comes another payoff pitch. Pitcher working from the stretch here with a... Oh, his foot was not on the rubber. Pitcher working from the stretch here with a runner on third. And that's a cross for a foul ball again. The right fielder making a move, and that falls out of play. That was on the other side of the fence. Vincent Gibson could not quite get there. He would have had to scale the fence there to make a play. Would have been incredible. And for the rest of the game, if he would have done that, I would have called him Spider-Man. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. No, he's going to pick off to third, and he is back safely. Remington Wheeler dove back to the base. The third baseman tried to fool him by arm faking the ball back to the pitcher, but Remington was not fooled. And here comes another 3-2 pitch. And that's going to be low in the dirt. Remington's going to take off. There's going to be a play at the plate. He is safe. The pitcher did not catch the ball as Tanner rounds first on the walk and successfully makes it to second. And that's an RBI walk by Tanner Altman. And with that walk, that brings up the center fielder, Dade Barbina. Reese just couldn't quite get that ball. Actually, Reese did get to the ball. I apologize. Reese got to the ball, and he tossed it to the pitcher. The pitcher just couldn't quite get the ball and the tag down. Looked like he tried to make the tag a little bit too quickly before he fully had the ball in his glove. And that is why Remington was able to slide in there underneath the tag of the pitcher. And the coach called time for Bamberg-Barnwell to go and talk to his pitcher, try and calm him down a little bit. And that is his first timeout. As he makes his way back to the dugout, he makes no defensive substitutions. Tanner makes his way back to second. And Dade Barbina digs back into the box. Shortstop here is holding on the runner at second. He squares around to bunt. Oh, and it catches his foot. That's going to be a dead ball as Dade makes his way down to first. And Tanner may have had that base stolen, but it does not matter because he's going to have to go back to second because it was indeed a dead ball. And that's going to bring up the first baseman, number 12, Sellers Lynn,
Next up, number 3.
who threw a little bit yesterday. But yesterday we didn't get to talk about this game, you and I, because the power went out. We had a huge power outage in the state of South Carolina, and we were unable to broadcast. And that is a big swing by Sellers, and a throw down to third. That's going to be high. That gets over the third baseman's head as Tanner makes his way home. He was stealing third, and that throw by Reese was just high of the third baseman. Nothing the third baseman could do there as the ball makes its way into left field, and Tanner scores. So that brings the score to 5-0. An 0-1 count to Sellers Lynn with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. Hall Cease still on the mound. Runner at second base is Dade Barbina, center fielder.
Porter looks on for his sign. And here's the pitch.
The delivery,
Marlowe will take off the third.
and that's inside for a ball. And that brings the count to 2 balls.
Number 3, 80.
Excuse me. 1 ball and 1 strike.
A lot of speed on the base path when he's running.
Sellers has a dangerous bat here if he gets a hold of one. And that ball is lifted to the left side. Going to be easy work for the left fielder as he makes the catch. But not before the damage is done and Beaufort County scores 5. We move to the bottom of the second inning here on the Beaufort County channel. And welcome back here as we begin the bottom half of the second inning as Bamberg-Barnwell comes to the plate here. And just to recap, Beaufort County, that ball is outside. Brings count to 1 ball and no strikes. Beaufort County scored 5 runs in the top of the second. They finally got their bats going a little bit. And leading off, and that's a strike on the outside part of the plate. That brings the count to 1-1. Leading off for Bamberg-Barnwell here is going to be number 6, Patrick Crosby. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and that's low and away for ball 2. Patrick Crosby plays first base, and that is where he gets the start tonight, as that pitch is also a ball, and that brings the count to 3 balls and no strikes. 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, please forgive me, everyone. And that is swung on for a strike.
There is 2 outs, but dangerous takers up the bat. Here's a pitch. Swung on and fisted to the left side.
And the count is 3-2, and that ball is put in play. Line drive to the shortstop for out number 1. For out number 1.
So we got a 2-2 count here, 2 outs in the bottom of the
And we have a conversation here between the umpire and the walkie-talkie. But after that pitch, that's going to bring up
That's
the catcher, number 3, Jace Color.
Move on to the top of the third. You're here on the county channel. We'll see you in just a second.
Okay, I mean, we had him going 3 and out, but if that's what you're saying, then we'll go with that.
And there was a little bit of confusion with the lineup there, but we got it all cleared up here in the press box. The first pitch is across for a strike, and that brings the count to no balls and 1 strike as we get back to the action here with Jace Color, the catcher. Excuse me. Jace Color, the center fielder. And that's a strike. That brings the count to 0-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That was a very well-placed pitch by Tanner Altman. And that brings up the catcher, number 10, Reese Still. First pitch is low and inside for a ball. That brings the count to 1 ball and no strikes. And there are 2 outs here in the second. And that ball is hit down the right field line. That's going to fall foul as we still have some rain falling here, and that ball was hit pretty sharply, even though it was a very awkward swing at a high pitch. But it doesn't matter how the swing looks if it does a job. And we have timeout called by the umpire as we get that ball back in. And that is swung on and missed for a strike. That brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reese wears number 10, and he plays catcher, pitcher, and second. The only position, and that's fouled off the umpire's hand. His hand was in a really bad spot there, honestly. I can tell you, I've umpired before, and I took umpiring classes. And the first thing that we learned was not to keep your hands on your hips like that. But it is not my pig and not my farm. Reese still plays catcher and second base as well as pitching. And really, for a lefty, the only position that fits him there is a pitcher, but he plays those other positions well in addition to that. And that's going to be swung on and missed for strike 3. And the third out of the inning, Beaufort County comes back to bat when we come back on the Beaufort County Channel. Welcome back to this rainy and wet Monday night game. First pitch here to Rowan is put in play up to the second baseman. That is an easy play for the second baseman for out number one. One pitch, one out, and that is what we call efficiency.
Now batting left fielder number
And that's going to bring up the left fielder, Michael O'Connell. And we are in the top of the third, despite what the scoreboard says. And that first pitch is fouled back for a strike. As I'm just messing around with our scoreboard man up here, Michael Sapp. He is doing a fantastic job. I just got to give him a hard time. He's been on top of everything. That ball is going to be inside for a ball. That brings the count to 1-1. He's been really on top of it, but we're all we're in a weird mental space up here. We're just trying to power through it. The 1-1 pitch, and that is low for ball two. That brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. We have Harry Perry on the PA here as well, and he's doing a fantastic job announcing. And that pitch is low and away for ball 3. Count moves to 3 balls and 1 strike. I will say this, Beaufort County has had great discipline at the plate so far today. And that is a strike taken by Michael O'Connell. And the count is going to be full. And that catches him on the backside as he makes his way down to first. And after the hit by pitch, that's going to bring up number 6, the shortstop. Excuse me, the shortstop number 7, Hayward McElhaney. Hayward, if you remember, was hit by pitch last time, but it looks like Hall hit the batter before him, so hopefully that won't happen. Hayward sends one out to center field. The center fielder backpedals, makes the grab. He's going to try and double him up at first, but Michael O'Connell is back safely as Hayward gives that one a ride, but the center fielder makes the play for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up Alex Arnold, who had a sacrifice ground out to the shortstop last at bat.
Nice pick over there first for out number 3. So we'll move on to the bottom half of the third.
Alex Arnold enjoys pizza from New York and the movie Sandlot, which, again, a very iconic song from Sandlot is the song Tequila, which we played here on the loudspeaker pregame, and I'm sure that really amped Alex Arnold up. And that pitch is outside for a ball as the runner steals, and he is in safely with a stolen base as the second baseman, who is backing up the throw, was the one that fielded that ball.
Pitch count for Aiden Hughes, 41.
Alex Arnold's favorite pro baseball team is the Yankees, and his favorite sports idol is Aaron Judge. As the pitch is high and outside for ball 2, that brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes here in the second inning as the rain continues to fall on this field. That's going to make sliding much harder. Any ball hit to the outfield is going to come up wet. So if I'm a base runner, I'm going to be quite aggressive on a ball hit to the outfield. That's going to get past the catcher, back to the backstop as the runner takes off to third. The third baseman made a little deke and almost got the runner to slide, but I think he's going to be called for defensive obstruction there because of that. He was impeding his way to the base, I suppose. That's the call. And so that means that Michael O'Connell is going to come all the way around to score there on the stolen base. And that brings the score to 6-0. And the count is 3-0 here. And that pitch is high for ball 4 as Alex Arnold makes his way down to first. And that's going to bring up the second baseman, Remington Wheeler. Last time up, Remington Wheeler walked and came around to score.
I have 2 outs.
We have a little pause in the action as the umpire is asking how many outs we have. And the answer to that is 2. We have 2 outs.
Now batting number 44, Cohen.
and there's a pickoff move to first. The ball gets away from the first baseman, which is extremely unfortunate because if the first baseman would have caught that, he would have been way out. They had Alex Arnold leaning very hard. Alex Arnold was absolutely stealing a base there, and the first baseman, the pitcher, absolutely knew it, and he had him hosed at first. Ball got past the first baseman. I couldn't quite see if it was a bad throw or if the first baseman just couldn't quite corral it. But Alex Arnold makes his way all the way around to third, and now there is a runner on third with 2 outs to Remington Wheeler. That catches the outside part of the plate for a strike. That brings the count to no balls and 1 strike as we continue to play in this rain. I know I've said it already, but this rain is just steadily falling at the rate that it is, and it cannot be fun to play in that. That ball gets away from the pitcher, and it gets to the backstop. Alex Arnold takes off the throw, play at the plate. He is out. Alex Arnold is caught stealing home on the passed ball. Catcher and pitcher made a great play there. That's 1 run on the inning as we go to the bottom of the third on the Beaufort County Channel. Welcome back here to the bottom of the third inning. Field 3 at Oscar Frazier Park. And I'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors, Palmetto Axes and The Zone, for sponsoring the Dixie Junior and Dixie Boys State Tournament. That's low and away for ball 1. Come have a blast at The Zone, featuring escape rooms, ninja courses, baseball cages with hit tracks. It's an all-new, all-in-one, one-of-a-kind family entertainment for all ages, located on Buckwalter Parkway, right next to Cinemark. At the plate here for Bamberg is going to be Will Stillinger, as that ball bounces in front of the plate before it reaches the plate for ball number 2. As Tanner Altman remains on the mound. And that pitch is high for another ball. That brings the count to 3 balls and no strikes. It really makes me wonder how much this rain is affecting the pitchers out there. Both pitchers have now struggled to find the zone a little bit. And that's high and in for ball 1. Ball 4. I cannot count today. I cannot count.
Next up to bat for Bamberg-Barnwell.
Next up is going to be the third baseman, number 4, Jaden Zissett. As time is called by the catcher, he's going to take some time to walk out to the mound, calm Tanner Altman down a little bit. And the meeting breaks up as catcher makes his way back to the plate. Jaden Zissett's going to draw his cross in the dirt and make his way to dig in at the plate. Beaufort County's going to be looking for a ground ball up the middle here, something that they can turn a double play on. That's not going to do it. That's high for ball 1. As a back pick attempt from the catcher is not in time. Will Stillinger is back safely to first. And the count moves to 1 ball and 0 strikes. We have a balk called on the field. Will Stillinger is going to make his way to second. I'm not quite sure what the balk was for there. Looked like the pitcher imitated his own movement. It looks like maybe he twitched his shoulders a little bit before he tried to deliver to the plate. And that is indeed a balk. And now there's a runner on second with no one out. The pitch is inside for ball 2. Looked like Will Stillinger was thinking about taking third there. He thought the ball might get past the catcher, but McElhaney remained back there. Sorry, Alex Arnold caught the ball. And that is a strike right down the middle, and that brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Alex Arnold is behind the plate. McElhaney is at shortstop. And now the count moves to 2 balls and 1 strike here to Jaden Zissett. And that is fouled off into the net here for strike 2, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that ball will remain in play. Looks like the rain might be a little bit lighting up here. The sky hopefully does not light up with lightning. And hopefully we just remain a little bit rainy here. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that's a curveball for high for ball 3. And I think Alex Arnold came out of his crouch a little bit there, a little too early. If he would have stayed down and caught that ball, that may have gotten the call. He may have gotten the call go his way there. Shortstop working on keeping the runner lead short. And that swung on and missed. And the play to first. And he is safe. I apologize. The runner is out. The runner might be out. The runner is out. That may have been the most confusing calls an umpire has ever sequenced in his life. The home plate umpire was signaling safe, but he was signaling safe because it was a swinging strike that the catcher dropped. And the first pitch is high for ball 1. That brings up Corbin Perry to the plate. The home plate umpire was signaling safe because it was a swinging strike and dropped, and that's the signal that the home plate umpire is supposed to make. And that's high for ball 2, brings the count to 2-0. The field umpire didn't really make a call, and then he eventually made the call of safe, and then he changed it to out. So the runner was out at first, and we have a runner at third. That advanced the runner to third. And that ball is in the dirt. Brings the count to 3-0. Alex Arnold did a good job of keeping it in front of him there. He thought that ball got past him, but it did not. So he was able to keep the ball in front of him and keep that runner at third. However, the count is 3-0. And 3-0 pitch. That's going to be a strike. Brings the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. We have a runner on third with 1 out. Corbin Perry likes eating pizza, and that's going to be high for ball 4. His favorite movie is A Movie. And that's going to bring up number 99, the right fielder, Vincent Gibson. Vincent Gibson is an absolute single specialist. I have seen him do nothing but rip singles this entire tournament. And if he does that now, that might score 2 runs. And we have a timeout called by Beaufort County as Danny McElhaney makes his way out to the mound to talk to Tanner Altman, try and calm him down a little bit, and make sure that Tanner knows that it's okay, that he has a 6-run lead, and that if he allows a run or 2 here, that is not the worst thing in the world. And we actually have a pitching change here, I believe. Never mind, I changed my mind again. We do not have a pitching change. I changed my mind just like the umpire did, and we will continue the action. Tanner Altman remains on the mound. Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you, I have reached a state of delirium now, and you're just going to have to power through it with me here. This has been a very long tournament, and we are only 3 days in. Vincent squares around to bunt. He pulls it back. The runner takes off to second, and they try and do the first to third move where they back pick the runner at third, but they do not get him because he knew exactly what was coming there. It looked like Jaden Zissett knew exactly what was coming. Excuse me, that might be Will Stillinger knew exactly what was coming. And that pitch is swung on and popped high on the infield. Second baseman is over, calling the ball. He makes the catch for out number 2. And that brings up
Now batting
second baseman number 8, Colton Baxley. Colton Baxley struck out earlier in the game, and I'm sorry, we have absolute chaos in the press box right now. We had 2 walkie-talkies and 2 broadcasts going all at one time there, and I got very distracted. Colton Baxley enjoys eating pizza and watching Cars, and that ball is wide. And that brings the count to 1 ball and no strikes to Colton Baxley. A single scores 2 here. And that pitch is roped down the left field line. Fair ball. And that brings around 2 runners. And Colton Baxley does an outstanding job by doing getting a 2-out hit and 2 RBIs as Bamberg-Barnwell is on the board. And that brings the score to 6-2.
Their pitcher, number 7, Hall Cease.
And that brings up Hall Cease, who enjoys eating steak. The pitch, and that's high and inside for ball 1. Back pick to first, not in time, as Colton Baxley dives back safely. Hall Cease's favorite movie is The A-Team.
In there for strike 3.
The 1-0 pitch. Runner takes off from first. Throw down to second. Not going to be in time as Colton Baxley slides in safely to second with a pop-up slide. Very well done. Great jump. And that evens the count 1-1 as that pitch was called a strike. Runner on second with 2 outs. Hall Cease at the plate. And that's low for another ball. That brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. 6-2 ball game here in the bottom of the third. And it really feels like this game is just dragging on. And we're only in the 3rd inning here.
A little low outside for ball 2, so now a 2-0 count now to the batter Smith.
Here comes the 2-1. That's high and outside for a ball. And that brings the count to 3-1. Hayward McElhaney, starting at shortstop, is working with the pitcher there to hold the runner on. If this pitcher has a decent pickoff move to second, now would be the time to do it. And he delivers to the plate, and that ball is singled over the second baseman. The right fielder is going to make the play, throw the ball into second. He's not even going to attempt to play at the plate, and that's going to score another run as Bamberg-Barnwell cuts the lead in half. And they are now 6-3. After that single, that brings up the pitcher, their third baseman, number 6, Patrick Crosby.
Next up, number 5, Austin Baddock.
Patrick Crosby so far has lined out to the shortstop today. Runner takes off, and he's going to be in successfully with no throw as Alex Arnold elects to just give the ball back to the pitcher. He decided with a 3-run lead, they just got to worry about getting this batter out and not worry about where that runner is going. Wise move by Alex Arnold, if you ask me. The pitch on the way, And that is chopped to the third baseman. He fields it. He's going to shuffle, throw to first. In time as Sellers bails him out of the dirt there. Score moves to 3-2 as we go to the top of the fourth here on the Beaufort County Channel. Welcome back here, and we have Remington Wheeler leading off the inning for Beaufort County. If you remember, there was a play at the plate while Remington was at bat, so he gets to go back up there, and that ball is hit foul down the third base line. Looked like the pitcher there kind of threw a changeup, pulled the string on him, and Remington was way out in front. But Remington was at bat, and he gets a new count. He gets a brand new count. So that's an 0-1 count now, and that pitch is outside for ball one. That was definitely a heater. That's a change of speed there. Throwing and starting him off with a changeup and then bringing that high heat like that. Very good job by Remington to hold off on swinging. And that pitch catches the outside part of the plate. That looked very similar to the last pitch, maybe a little bit lower. But that one's called a strike. Brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Right in there for strike one, so 2-1 count now.
And that ball is outside. Brings the count to 2-2. I will say my window is getting a little foggy out in front of me. And I'm really hoping I don't have to open this window up, because then I'm going to have to deal with a bunch of wet papers.
Next pitch is low for ball 3.
So hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, this condensation stays away. And that pitch is outside for another ball. That brings the count to 3-2.
Marlowe's falling behind another hit. 3-2, excuse me, 3-2.
Remington enjoys eating crab legs and watching The Sandlot. And that's ball 4 as he makes his way down to first.
Next up to bat,
And that's his
right
second
fielder,
walk of the day.
Ben Rush.
And that brings up the number 9 hole hitter, the right fielder, also wearing number 9, Ben Rush.
I believe it's 3-1, but our scorekeeper says 3-2.
Ben Rush struck out looking his last at bat, but he enjoys eating tacos.
Oh, it is 3-2.
And that pitch catches the outside part of the plate. And that's going to be a strike, number 1. No balls and 1 strike. He enjoys eating tacos. He should be able to get some tacos tomorrow.
Runner on second base.
Pitcher tosses the ball to the dugout there. Tosses something to the dugout. Not quite sure what it was. May have been a piece of jewelry. I thought it was a ball to get dry, but it was not the ball, because the ball is now in his hand. And that pitch is swung on. Hit foul. Heads up in the truck. That almost hit the County Channel van. Oh, that may have landed on top of the County Channel van after it bounced off the tree there. I don't think it hit the truck, or else my walkie-talkie would have told me that it hit the truck. However, that brings the count to no balls and 2 strikes to Ben Rush.
He gets
And that ball is fouled straight over the backstop. Watch out over on field 1. As it almost hit a spectator there.
3-2 pitch from Marlowe. Swung on and tapped to the left side.
As I've been trying to say for the past 3 pitches, Ben Rush should enjoy Tuesdays, as his favorite food is taco. Tomorrow is Taco Tuesday. His favorite movie is 12, which I'm not familiar with. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3 as catcher tries a back pick there. Unsuccessfully. And that's going to turn the lineup over and bring up number 5, the pitcher Tanner Altman. Tanner Altman so far has grounded into an out to the first baseman, and his last at-bat he walked. His favorite pro baseball team is the Atlanta Braves, as he hits a ground ball to the third baseman. The third baseman fields the ball, throws it to second. Second baseman throws it to first, not in time. He gets the out at first. He gets the out at second, but Tanner beats out the throw to first. So we've got a runner on first with 2 outs as Dade Barbina, the center fielder, comes up to bat.
1 pitch coming from Marlowe. I want to give that shout out to my boy Terry, listening back on the Seneca.
Dade Barbina likes eating hamburgers, and his favorite movie is Shrek.
So 2-1 count. Here's the pitch from Marlowe.
And that is swung on. The runner goes, and he is in safely as he shows off his ability for the pop slide. And a pop slide, for those of you that don't know, is when you slide into a base feet first and you pop straight up. And that's useful whenever there's an overthrow, so that you're already on your feet in case the ball gets past the fielder. And that ball is low. Brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Dade here at the plate, his favorite team is the Los Angeles Dodgers, and his favorite sports idol is Barry Sanders. In his prime, Barry Sanders was a freak of nature. We've got a 1-1 count here. Pickoff move to second. Not in time as Tanner dives back to the base. Dade plays second, short, pitcher, and outfield. That is the definition of a utility player. Runner goes, pitches inside. That bounced off of something there. Pitcher fields the ball, and Tanner is going to stay at third. Tanner will stay at third. He advances on a stolen base, and he almost decided to go home there, but he decided to stay at third. Dade Barbina so far has grounded out to the pitcher, and he has been hit by a pitch. And we'll see what he can do here with a 2-1 count, 2 outs, runner on third, and that ball is right down the middle for strike 2. That evens the count 2-2 with 2 outs. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. Deuces are wild. We have a 2-2 count. The umpire is waving his fingers emphatically. The pitch on the way. That's wide for a ball. Tanner Altman takes off. He slides into the plate. He gets under the tag. He's safe at home. Safe at home. Reese still did a great job of hustling behind the plate to get the ball. He made a good flip to the pitcher. The pitcher caught the ball and made a great tag. But unfortunately, Tanner was just too fast, as he was able to slide in head first and get under the tag. That brings the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 4th. And we have a 7-3 ball game here. Swung on, grounded to the right side. First baseman goes right between his legs, but the second baseman was there to back him up. Pitcher was there to cover the base. Great play all the way around by the second baseman and the pitcher. We're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. This is the County Channel. Welcome back here to the bottom of the 4th inning. Leading off for Bamberg-Barnwell is going to be Jace Culler. And that swung on and missed for strike 1. As we have now opened a window here in the press box, and I'm going to tell you, I am not a big fan of that.
So it's in there for a strike 2-1 count to first baseman Durham.
For those of you that care, it is not my window. It is Harry Perry that has opened the window. I am fully pointing the finger at Harry Perry.
Swung on, that's hit hard to the right.
And that is outside for ball 1. That brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Good piece of hitting there by Avery Durham. And we'll be back to the
Here
top
to
of the lineup.
Jace Culler.
Marlowe, the starting pitcher, will be.
Now batting number 7, Colby Marlowe.
And that pitch is high for a ball. Earlier in the game, Jace Culler struck out swinging, but he enjoys eating chicken, and his favorite movie is Batman. And that pitch is in the dirt for another ball. That brings the count to 3-1.
All right.
I wonder if he's seen the Batman with Robert Pattinson yet. I haven't brought myself around to the movie theater yet because there is no better movie than Batman: The Dark Knight. And that pitch is high for ball 4. Jace Culler is going to make his way down to first with a leadoff walk. Score 7-3. And that's going to bring up Bamberg's catcher, number 10, Reese Still, hitting from the left side of the plate here. So far today, Reese has struck out swinging as well. Reese enjoys eating cube steak and watching All American. It's a very good TV show about Spencer something or other, or maybe something Spencer. That ball is bunted to first, checks the runner at second, not going to get him at second, fires it over to first, out at first. Good heads-up play by Tanner Altman there to check his runner, see if he could get him out at second. Fired over to first for the out. And that's going to bring up the shortstop, number 13, Will Stillinger.
There's the pitch. Swung on, hit to the right side. That will stay in play, but it is kind of in no man's land. First baseman will make a good catch on the pop-up.
That ball is lifted in foul territory. Heads up at the merchandise tent. And that did not hit a spectator that time, thankfully, as the count moves to no balls and 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, this window is extremely foggy, and I believe that I'm going to have to do the unfathomable and open my own window, or else we're going to get some really bad calls here, worse than they already are. Harry, get your hands off my window. I'll open it myself. And on that pass ball, sorry I was distracted because Harry was standing in front of me, and he makes a better window than he does a door. He makes a better door than he does a window. I could not see through him, but that was a pass ball. Runner moves from second to third. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that pitch is outside for a ball. And that brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Will Stillinger.
Next up, number 8, Jackson Baker.
So next up the bat will be Jackson Baker.
And that ball is swung on and missed. And that ball is fired down to first. He is out at first with a strikeout. And the runner at third thought about going home, but thought twice, as Tanner Altman did a great job of covering the plate there to make sure that the runner didn't go anywhere. And that's going to bring up number 4, the third baseman, Jaden Zissett.
Strike 1.
Jaden Zissett also struck out earlier in the game. He enjoys eating chicken Alfredo, and his favorite movie is Fast and Furious. And that's fouled off straight over the fence there for strike 1 as we get a new ball in play. The rain has started falling much more heavily than it did before, and hopefully this is going to be the worst that we get. That is no fun to play baseball in. I can tell you that from first-hand experience, and that is outside for ball 1. The rain is really picking up here on field 3, the Leo Venoni Memorial Field. Count moves to 1-1, 2 outs with a runner on third. And that's fouled straight back for another strike. That brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And this rain is absolutely pouring on these kids. I feel so bad for them to have to be out there in this. But this is nothing that Ronald Acuna Jr. wouldn't play through, and that is exactly who Jaden Zissit's favorite baseball player is, Ronald Acuna Jr., and it makes sense that his favorite baseball team is also the Atlanta Braves. And that is a bender high for ball 2, and that brings count to 2-2. The one good side of having this window open is I can hear a lot of the comments out on the field. A lot of those kids out in the field thought that one was a strike. Well-placed pitch, but it was indeed high. The 2-2 pitch. And that's in there for a strike. As Tanner Altman works out of a jam, we'll be right back on the Beaufort County Channel.
64, pitch count for Tanner Altman, 60.
Please bear with us as we
Welcome back here to field number 3. As you can see, the field has cleared. We are going to take a rain delay here. We'll be right back with you once this rain clears and we get these fields ready to play. Stay with us, and we'll be back. This is the Beaufort County Channel.